They can't see that. They can hear us though.
Okay.
Hello, hello. Good morning, good
Hi,
afternoon,
everyone.
or good evening, whatever it is for you. Give Abby the mic and let her get it started up here. Look at that.
Sure. Happy. It doesn't want to stay on my shirt today. Happy Friday.
Flip it to your glasses.
John has switched up our cameras, so if you're a regular here, let us know how it looks. It's kind of hard to tell while we're streaming, but yeah, it is hot. What's it like 90 today? We got our humidity up, got the AC cranking here behind us, and all our fans going. John is working on the last pin of this week's diamond painting pin batch, which is named Eclipse, and it is a captive ring. We'll find out what shape he does on it because I think he's done a different one every time we've done the captive ring pins. And these are unique in the fact that they go back and forth between his lathe and my lathe. So we kind of both have to be working on the lathes at the same time to get this one done and finished, because he will turn out the ring and then I sand the ring before he separates it, and then I go to sanding underneath and all the rest of it. So that's what he's going to do first, and then he's working on some fountain pens for our upcoming pin shows. We've got one that will be kind of mid-summer break, end of July. Like it's like the last couple days of July to the first couple days of August, and that is the DC pin show, which is the biggest one in the world. So we have lots
in
of
the world.
Yeah. This was dead.
Yeah.
Anyways, so we've got lots of pins we got to make for that. We are running real low on our pin stash for selling, and we're doing some new cool stuff, some favorites, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm going to be on the other side of the camera working on my lathe, just sanding. It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Son's handed me his phone with myself on it. So yeah.
You can use that. I'm going to go ahead and turn. You be a cameo.
I've been cameo. Now I gotta go stand.
Now you stay. Good. You stay there, look pretty for a moment.
How many moments?
Like until I get the ring cut out.
Fine. He does know that as soon as he turns on the dust collection, which is very loud, my brain stops working. I can't like multitask, listen to something loud, and keep talking. I don't know. Just not the way my brain works. Him, on the other hand, thrives in the chaos. Hey, John, that's not showing it over there.
Oh.
He's got to fix the camera right now. Weird. It like has a static picture of the lathe, but he's actually got something on it and it's turning right now. It isn't wanting to. There we go.
There we go.
Nice.
That's a little prompting.
Yeah, so I have been working on sanding these, for most of the week. Oh my gosh. Here's my giant bucket of sanded pens from the same colorway. And that's just the way that we have found works best for our small business. We have been doing this for 5 years. We sell on Etsy for the diamond painting pens, and then have our own website for fountain pens, with diamond painting pens being our like main. We do it every single week, and I make 40 something blanks, and we usually end up with like 42, 43 diamond painting pens. I guess it's more like 45 because we turn a couple extra because we do giveaways every single week. I was doing them in our Facebook group and Instagram, but this last week we did TikTok and Instagram. So we'll probably stick with that for a little bit of trying to mix it up. So yeah, we've been doing that. I make all of our blanks. I'm trying to go through the whole spiel for anybody that pops in, but yeah. I'm Abby, Sean. I don't know if we said that. But yeah, I make all of our blanks. John does all of the turning on the lathe. Not me. No turning for me. Don't like that. He did teach me towards the beginning, and I don't like it. So I do not like things turning fast and chipping, and it freaks me out. Too much anxiety for that. Sanding, totally my jam. So along with making all of our blanks, I do all of our sanding, polishing, finishing of all of our stuff, all of our resin stuff anyways. If it's wood, a lot of times John will do some of the wood stuff, but that is a rarity around here. We work with Alumilite clear slow resin. That's what all of our blanks are made out of. And yeah, that's what we do every day, all day, pretty much. What you doing? John got a haircut.
I'm listening to you.
Oh.
So I'm trying to change the sound a little bit while I'm listening to you.
Sorry. John got a haircut. He asked, it was very long and shaggy, and he needed one. And he asked me to do it, and I said, no, I don't want to do that. I told him to go get a haircut. He didn't want to wait and put his name on the list for the great Eclipse that's down the road. So he got our 10-year-old to cut his hair with clippers. And I came out, and he had this, like, she cut it really short for one. And he had this strip, like, right down the middle that was, like, shorter than all the rest. And I was like, I can't fix that. Like, we're just going to have to buzz cut the whole thing very short. And so now he's got a buzz cut, which I don't think he's had since when? The military? Like, at the beginning? Like, a very long time since he has had a very, very short buzz cut. Makes him look at least 5 years younger. And I also cleaned up his face, so y'all are welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see it because he's got his hat on.
A little hair trim.
He got all of his hairs trimmed. Yes. So he was disappointed that he hadn't thought to ask her to cut him a mullet so that he could come in and shock us with a terrible haircut. But the haircut was already bad. It was a bless her heart kind of thing for trying. And she was so funny because he told her that she needed to learn how to cut hair and to watch a YouTube video. So she pulls up this YouTube video that I'm not watching, but I can hear from the other room. And they were talking about not cutting any of, like, the top bulk of hair. They were talking about just, you know, trimming and then, like, the fade for the back part. But she must have just gone in and, like, it's not the first time he's had his hair, like, all the way like this. He did at one point when he was overseas shave it bald. But that was a while ago now and was also very funny. That time he came home and surprised the kids with his bald head. And he showed up at our house and came in, and the kids were, at this point, 6 years younger than they are now. They were really little. Oh, yeah, they were like 4 and 6 or something. And he came in, and one of them went, nobody's gonna love you anymore, because of his bald head. And then it grew on them. But it
grew on me too.
My light turned off over there and made it all dark and shadowy. We have motion sensor light things. There we go, in the garage. And that's how we know that if one, and we have two, if one over John's lathe and one sort of over my casting table and lathe. And if it turns off, then you know you've been sitting down for 15 minutes and not in the moving zone or whatever.
Okay. What shape to go with? 37, maybe 36. Modified 36.
Yeah, that one. Just make sure it's long enough for me to get my fingers underneath the middle part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm supposed to sit here until he gets to the point where the ring is made, and then I'll go back over to my own lathe. But anyways, ugh. So because I do so much sanding, and I will absolutely say that sanding the diamond painting pens, especially since we do what we call special shapes, which is essentially beading or honeycomb or just different shapes, those are a lot more complicated to sand. Sanding the smooth shapes or like regular shapes are far easier, take a lot less time, and then fountain pens for me are the easiest, fastest to sand. Way easier than, other than the fact that you have to like change the pieces, than the special shaped diamond painting pens. I do a lot of sanding. We kind of did a bit of a like look back, or we get notified in Etsy when you hit like a certain number of sales. And we've been doing this for 5 years, and we have done, I think at this point it's like over 15,000 pens in general, between diamond painting pens and fountain pens. John has turned over 15,000. I have sanded over 15,000 individual things, which is kind of crazy. And yeah, we get a lot of comments about like the fact that we do this full time. But yeah, he got to the point, I think it was after the beginning of COVID, but when things were still kind of closed, that he was like, I'm not going back, I'm not traveling anymore, no more working in dangerous areas. And we had little kids and stuff, and came back, learned how to turn, and was like, I'm not leaving again. And I'm like, okay, well then this is gonna have to be a business, because you can't just stand in our garage playing around for forever. We can't survive off of that. So yeah, that's how we started and built our turning based business. And it's been a lot of fun, a lot of learning, and it absolutely takes making a bunch of mistakes to learn from it, both with the actual, are you over there typing?
No.
Yeah, it says your name. He's like watching himself and me on his iPad typing. But anyways, you learn by making those mistakes, both with turning, with sanding, with making blanks. There were a lot of blanks that didn't turn out, and a lot of learning there. And we still have a decent chunk of some of those like first blanks. And I look at them now and I'm like, oh, those were not very good. But yeah, we've gotten better, as you should. I guess if you're doing something, you should always try to keep getting better, and to innovate and change and shift and all that, which I personally haven't been the best with. I'm not very good with changing. I like my very set routines. What?
How many rings you want? One?
One or two,
What?
not three. We needed a triple captive ring a couple weeks ago, and that was a little annoying, to be honest, because I couldn't get under that third ring in the middle. But anyways, I don't like change. I like doing the same thing every week. John likes to mix things up. He likes to learn and try a lot of different ideas. He is our ideas man, and I am the realist. Some of those ideas will work and some will not. But he likes to try things out. Does that a lot here, of trying to make some new products, whatever. Whether they turn out being something that we move forward with and make more of or not. But this is our like standard of what we do. Yeah, let's see what else. We are in North Carolina, which is where the both of us are from, and it's hot and muggy right now, as it normally is during the summers here. But this is not where we've lived the whole time that we've been married and together and all of that. We did grow up here, and this is where we met when we were both in high school. And then John left and joined the military. He is a Air Force veteran, was active duty for 11 years, and then did the Guard for, I think it was 2 to 3 years, 3 years maybe in the National Guard here. But his training was based out of New Mexico, out of Albuquerque. And they did a lot of traveling during those couple years of training. And while he was doing that, I was still in high school, and then my first year of college, and that's when he graduated and was stationed in Tucson, Arizona, where I quit college and moved all the way across the country at, I guess I was 19. So yeah, and we lived in Tucson for 4 years and got married while we were there. Not in Tucson, we got married here because all of our family's here. And Tucson was our favorite place that we lived. And we visited for spring break this year because my grandparents have lived there for, I think they said like 25-ish years, 20-something years now. And we're pretty sure that we're gonna be moving back to Arizona, to Tucson, hopefully next summer is our goal right now. And to be there like long term, that to be where, that's where we wanna be, that's where we wanna stay and continue to build our businesses and all of that stuff. So yeah, that was kind of a big thing this year, a big decision that we want to work towards, and have big dreams of having some separate workshop spaces that are fully temperature controlled, because right now we obviously we've got a propane heater for the winter, and we've got a AC unit for the summer, but we're definitely gonna have to need more AC units when we move to Arizona. So yeah, after we were in Arizona, we were in Albuquerque. John was an instructor for his job for pararescue, and we did that for 4 years before coming back to North Carolina. We've been here now for 8 years. We've been back home for 8 years, and just celebrated our 14th wedding anniversary a couple weeks ago. Yeah, we have dogs, kids, 2 daughters. They're 10 and 12. And it's both of our favorite things about all of this, about starting these businesses and being able to work from home and work together, is that John has got to be here for absolutely everything. All the school things. Yeah, he's got to be here for all the soccer games and theater productions and everything that kiddos typically do. So we feel very lucky in that fact. And now I've been sitting here for another 15 minutes because my light went off. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. If you pop in and have any questions for either of us, type to us in the chat, let us know. We're pretty open books about what we do, and both the learning, turning part of the job. Begging in his own chat for comments. Just means his friends aren't on, unless you guys want to be his friends. Oh, also, most of the time when we do this, or when John does this, because this is his channel, his stream, I am a guest, a guest appearance. I'm not usually the one sitting here talking for most of the time. He's usually the one doing all the talking. He's much more interesting and talks more about the actual turning, whereas because I don't do any of the turning, just the finishing and the resin work, it's not really my space, you know what I mean? So if you're bored of me, I'm sorry, come back when when John's on here in a few minutes, because it looks like he's about got the shape kind of roughed out. He's got to finish the ends, but it's done all the beading. So there you go. I don't know if I already said this, but he is making a diamond painting pen, which is a craft pen, our specialty. It takes two tips on the end, and then the way people use them is they put the tips in wax or putty to fill up the tip, and then that is used to pick up tiny little gemstone-y kind of things. They're called drills, or I don't know what else people call them. I call them dot dots. But they're little bitty things, and then it's like paint by numbers, except you're placing individual little gems and essentially bedazzling a canvas. And those sort of kits, when you buy those kits for diamond painting, they come with these little plastic sticks that look like straws, and that's what the tips come in. And a lot of people find those very uncomfortable when you're sitting down working on these projects for sometimes hours. And so we started all this with making a one customized, beautiful, colorful craft pen, but also to be ergonomic and comfortable. Our resin is a urethane resin, so it is a lighter product than what acrylic resin is, and it's quite a bit more durable. We do not recommend dropping it on hard surfaces, especially our special shapes, because beading can cause it to be thinner, but for the most part, they are far more durable than what acrylic is. Acrylic is very brittle and likes to kind of shatter if it falls on the floor. So many of our pens have been drop tested. Nice. I don't think that was on camera though. Here you go.
That wasn't the point anyway.
Was it to impress me?
Always.
Very impressed.
Always try to impress you.
All right, well, I'm going to give the mic back to John, and I'm going to go sand and polish this ring in the middle, and then you'll see it on his lathe here again in a second, so he can...
All right, we'll spin that camera around.
No.
You want to sand it on camera?
Fine. Just the ring, though, not the whole thing.
That's fine.
You want me to keep the mic then?
Yeah.
Fine. This is not supposed to be a Abby stream. Take my pen and go. All right, and put my hair back up too.
Take a look at my lathe. So I can pivot this camera. Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Sorry, wrong one. Oh, let's see. Come on. Oh, Lordy.
You know they can't hear you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. John's over there grumbling about the cameras, but is...
I'm just trying to make it so something else that they're looking at. Instead of this cam.
What is going on there? It's like upside down and
I know.
wiggling all over the place. Oh my gosh. Hello, everybody else that is popping on. I'm Abby. I'm doing the talking at the moment, but this is John, my husband's channel and stream. We just happen to work together. Ew, what is on my lathe? Why is it all...
I cleaned it.
It's greasy. Yuck. Thank you for cleaning it, but also yuck. Ugh. So he is working on getting the camera turned around so that y'all can watch me sand this lovely captive ring diamond painting pen. For now, you can just look at his lathe with nothing on it. Uses a dead center and a live center with TBC bushings to turn the diamond painting pens. And I've got the same setup over here on my lathe. John's is a Jet 220. 1221 VS. That one. Variable speed. And mine is a Turncrafter Commander, little one. And it's also variable speed, but not as nice as John's variable speed as far as ranges go. And we're still waiting. And I have more pins I need to sand, John. Come on. I have limited time.
Not even on anymore.
Oh, man. Unplugged it or something.
What the hell?
Let me just give the mic back to you and you can just go over there and turn and I can get to work. He's still grumbling. People are like, nothing is happening. No one is there. And you're right. I mean, I'm here. But I'm just over here talking to myself. Because no one else is talking to me. So, if you want to be nice, you could ask me questions so I have something else to talk about. Yeah, because I don't want to talk about all my steps for sanding until they can see what I'm doing, if that's what we're doing here.
This is insane.
Yeah, you shouldn't have messed with it. John likes to switch things up even when the other things were working perfectly fine. We had a different camera that was like the overview camera looking at whoever's sitting there or when he's standing, you know, at the lathe. However, he decided to put a different camera there and now it's not wanting to cooperate with him. But it is never a good idea to do that stuff like right before or like mess with it midstream, John.
Alright, tilt it down. Careful now.
What?
Don't mess it up on. Tilt it down some more.
Tilting. Is that good? Better?
This is what we're looking at.
Oh. Yeah, that's fine, I think.
Okay. It'll be a little narrower too.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna.
Right, sorry about that. Golly, the candles did not want to go back.
Can they hear you when you say that? John said sorry.
I can see it.
That they can kind of hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, John said sorry. He apologizes for messing with it in the middle of the stream.
No, not for messing with it. For it taking as long as it did.
Yeah, well, shouldn't have messed with it. I don't typically enjoy. Oh, let's see. We need to. Needs to be. Oh, you can do it like that. Nice.
What?
I was just watching you move it over. I am going to stop doing this one and put the other one on. Meow. Anyways, here we go. This is what we're here for. This captive ring diamond painting pen. Also, these are called, was it Lathe Buddy or something?
Yeah.
John picked these up at the Mid-Atlantic Turners Expo this year. And I was skeptical considering like the size, but I really like them. For sanding, we use it's an 8-step sanding process. I go from 240 up to 2,500. I do it on the lowest that my lathe goes, lowest speed. It's around 400 for sanding. And for this, I'm not worrying about like the rest of the pen. I am literally just doing the ring. I like to round it a little bit more than what it comes off of John's lathe being, like after he does the beading tool. So I like to do a little bit more of a round and sand along the edge of the ring. But yeah, We wet sand. By we, I mean I. Okay, so I should probably just say I. John can do all of this and does occasionally. Not for diamond painting pens, but for other projects. But it's a wet sand. This is wet to dry sandpaper that I cut into little appropriately sized rectangles. And yeah, I just move through all of the grits. This is a little bit of a faster process, obviously, because I'm just worrying about this little tiny ring here instead of the rest of the pen. But we'll get to that after he separates the ring. Occasionally with things like this, because this, where this ring is on this pen is right where a lot of the glitter is. Sometimes we have issues with like glitter wanting to misbehave and chip out, but these have been pretty good. I try out a lot of glitters, and once I find a like weight or style, I like to stick with that, because there have definitely been a lot of different projects that have not turned out the way they should have because of glitters not acting right. So I have now sanded the ring. We're going to polish it. So that was 8 steps of sandpaper, and now we're going to do 6 steps of polish. So I've got my little shop towel here. I take a teeny tiny, less than pea size or around pea size amount. Try to do less for this tiny ring, but sometimes the bottles just want it to come out. And I don't spend a ton of time with this because it's very small. And you got to be careful with anything turning on the lathe of making sure it doesn't get too hot, because that's exactly what plastic wants to do when you apply, friction to it. So we're trying to not let it heat up too much. That's one of the big reasons, you wet sand versus dry sand, but also it helps keep all of the dust to a minimum in our workshop here. So there we go. 6 steps of polish. It's going to go back to John's lathe now, and he is going to separate the ring from the pin. That's it. I don't even know where the camera is, but there you go. Shiny ring. The sides are shiny, everything's good. To John. Here you go. And I'm going to put the other one that I was working on back on the lathe. So this is what I was talking about. This particular shape with the captive ring is our special shape. See how it's got all the beading and like detail. And then these are what we call our regular shapes, our standard shapes. They just have the bumps. But yeah, let's see. We could talk about resin stuff, I guess, for a minute, even though that's not what I'm doing. So my favorite pigments are, let's see, if we're talking about mica powder, Eye Candy Pigments is my favorite brand of mica powder. They're super consistent and mix really well with the resin, opposed to some of the other like cheaper brands that I've tried, and they're very reasonably priced, especially for what we do. You don't have to use a ton to get great color. A couple of the color shifts that I used in this particular blank are also from Eye Candy Pigments, which they don't always have those in stock, but some of them are absolutely fantastic. They give a really beautiful effect in the resin. And color shifts often are like the most intense or best looking when you pair it with black. Just like for a bunch of other like pigments like that. So same thing goes for like holographic kind of pigments and stuff like that. The black base really is where the magic happens. So I've got on this one both black and white at the bottom here, swirled with that color shift pigment. And then the other side has a very cool chunky glitter. And yeah, I'm in charge of the pretty colors here, and most of our customers are women, so and we have a few guys who also like diamond painting. So one of my challenges with having to put black, and the black pigment is actually, and same with the white, is not a mica powder pigment. It is a solid pigment that I get from Divine. I think is it Divine Pens? They are fantastic, but the black definitely likes to give me some issues. So sometimes I have to go back and use a back and forth kind of motion to try to get some of the tiny microscopic scratches out of the black, because if you can see them by the time you get to 2500, they're not going to go away with polish. Now, I think in some cases, and this is not something that we do or find the need to, but a lot of people after sanding and polishing, and sometimes just sanding, go straight to buffing wheels, which is essentially kind of putting wax in all of those tiny micro scratches. And it does some of like getting some of the scratches out. However, not enough, I feel like. And it also, with things that are buffed, I find that some of those effects of it being straight off of a buffing wheel and being like shiny kind of fade or wear off with use as you handle it, and the the oils in your hands are kind of breaking down the wax. Whereas if you take the time to actually sand and polish it so that it is a permanent finish on that, like that you have actually made that surface so finely polished that it is just permanently shiny, that does not ever wear off. You're pretty much not going to damage it. You can wash it in water, you can wipe it, you can do kind of whatever. And yeah, so that's why we take all the time to do all of the sanding and polishing. And there we go. We've gotten the scratches out on that one. John has released the ring, but I'm already like this far into this one, so I'm just going to finish it. Like I said before, these ones that's on the lathe right now, our standard shape, takes us less time than what the special shapes do. Which John said thank you for sub. So yeah, most of the time it's not me. I've already said this. Most of the time it's John. But as he's kind of messing with cameras and doing other stuff, I am doing my best to keep you guys entertained. Or gals. And I've got a wrist brace on because recently I have sanded so many things in such short amount of time that it's like, I don't know if it's necessarily like tendinitis, but it hurts. And this keeps my wrist from like rotating as much while I do it. It's just like a back and forth motion instead of like a twisting, and that keeps it from being super painful. So this was not this one, the captive ring one is the last one that John needed to turn for our weekly colorway and drop that happens every Saturday. So he's done turning diamond painting pens. He's over there getting his metal lathe set up, which is from Little Machine Shop. And we'll be working on fountain pens next. So if you're not into the diamond painting pens, that's cool. He's about to move on. So let's see. And a little trick that we have with the bushings is to use a piece of silicone tubing. Yeah, silicone tubing. It's just
like a 3/8 outer quarter-inch inner.
Yeah. So yeah, now on to this. Also, I don't know if this is going to be close enough to be able to see it, but like this is how the bushings start, beautiful and flat, and then this is what happens after you sand them for a long very long time. Lots of sanding. My bushings end up very dangerous after a little while because they've gotten so thin that I have actually cut like an entire ring on my hand because of how sharp the end got just from me, you know, sanding a bunch of pins. Right, so now we've got the ring pin back here on my lathe. What I'm going to do first is I'm actually going to sand underneath the ring. So I'm going to take, and I don't do this for all the grits because it's just not necessary, but this helps knock off any of the like leftover kind of texture and ridges from just being attached and then separated. And that is the one thing about having any sort of translucence in the middle. You can definitely see underneath the ring, but that's okay. We're going to do our best to smooth it out. This also helps it spin, you know, more nicely and just be a little bit like thinner underneath. So, and I usually do this. This is 240 is my roughest grit that I use. And then we'll be moving to 320 and then 400. And then I don't usually do the rings past 400 grit. And then after we finish sanding out the ring, I've got to sand the entire rest of the pen. And while I'm doing that, I have to do my best to not touch the ring. Because obviously if I hit it with sandpaper or something, it's going to make that ring, you know, have some kind of rough scratches and spots. So, yes, I have to be a little bit careful. Now we came up with a solution if it does happen of what I can do to fix it. And, yeah, so even if that does happen, we get it taken care of. So I'm using some of the different corners of my sandpaper. And I've got towels galore kind of around my station because it's kind of a wet mess, to be honest. Like you can see how much all this gray that's on this lathe buddy, which has a backing, I think, of fake leather. And then it's like a towel on top, is like all of this is just resin dust and water. So I probably need to give it a good wash, but it has magnets on it, so I gotta be careful. All right, so we've sanded some with our first step. We're gonna head on to the next step of sandpaper here. I know this isn't like a super exciting process or part of it, especially when you can't even see what's going on, you know what I mean? Because it's such a little detailed thing, but the details are important to us. We have very high standards for what we make. And it's pretty cool because absolutely everything that we make is handmade by the both of us from start to finish. So we take a raw resin product, you know, like the liquid resin, and make it into blanks and then turn and finish everything. The only things that we do not make here in our shop are the tips themselves, you know, for the pens, and the same thing goes for the fountain pens. The only thing we don't make is the nibs that you write with. So pretty cool. All handmade here in the US, other than those finishing parts. And we're pretty proud of that. So this is going great, actually. Sometimes I have more of a difficult time sanding underneath the ring if a ridge is left right in the middle, which is, you know, just happens with working with such a tiny, delicate little piece. But this one's pretty flat already, so it's allowing me to really like sand it better. So,
you're welcome.
Yeah, John has.
I changed my way of doing it.
Yeah, for the captive ring.
Yeah.
Well, this is a lot smoother than some of the past ones. We captive rings are something that we don't always do, or we didn't used to always do. We actually haven't done them in a while. And then had one that was from one of our Patreon members for Butterfly Effect Wares that requested it as a custom turn, and they're so fun and different that we decided to start throwing them in every once in a while, because it shows kind of a different skill set, and it's just something to switch it up. And we make a bunch of different sizes of our diamond painting pens, and it comes from 2 different size blanks for these. One blank is 5 1/4 by 3/4, I think is the thickness. Isn't that the thickness, John? 3/4 of an inch? Yes. 3/4 by, it is, by 5 1/4 for our smaller pens. This is not. This is our large blank, the largest one that we make, and it is 6 inches by 7/8. So a bit thicker. And what that allows us to do is to keep the grips where you hold the pen, obviously a little bit thicker, which some people prefer. So some people that have, arthritis or other things with hand related, a thicker grip can make it more comfortable for them, especially for a longer period of time. And for our captive rings, we pretty much only do them here on our large pens, or our what we call mega regular, which is just an inch shorter in length, but not different in the grip size, or the size. Girth. Yeah, the girth of the blank and the pen, whatever. We do that because we like to leave the rings, a bit on the thicker side to make them, a bit sturdier. We don't want like a super thin ring that could like break easily. So, yeah. And then I don't know if anyone's paying that much attention, but I actually keep 2 sets of each of the sandpaper grits in my little water separator thing at a time. I have one that is just the flat normal rectangles, and then I have an entire set of every single grit that I fold, and that's what I use and how I sand between the beading and stuff, which I just think is nice. I prefer that than the unfinished kind of look that some people leave underneath beading or beside beading or whatever. So we do that, I do that, and then I do the rest of the pen. So this is 320 grit. This is my second grit. We're done underneath the ring for now, and we are just working on the remainder of the pen. This shape turned out really good, really pretty, and a nice amount of room for the ring to kind of move back and forth, and also a nice amount of room for me to get my fingers where I need to be able to sand around the ring. John has done a couple designs that were so tiny underneath the rings that they were very, very challenging to sand for me. Like, I had to sand it a bunch of times because I just couldn't get my fingers like underneath the ring to get the best finish. So it's feeling pretty good. I am gonna stop and then do what I was talking about earlier, which is go the opposite way of the rings and the sanding that you're creating, because it's spinning. So that's when you sand away. As you move through the grits, you're getting those concentric like circles around the pen, and especially with pens that have black like this one, it sometimes just needs a little bit of extra love to get rid of some of those scratch marks that you're making. And I do my best to keep a pretty consistent pressure when I'm sanding. There we go. So we're gonna move on. That was 400. This one is 600. And now, before we landed on this particular process of how we finish pens, we tried out a lot of different other kind of options and products. We started, I think, with, well, we had dry sandpaper, and then we had micro mesh, which has a much different kind of grit range than what we currently use. I think it starts at 600 maybe, but then goes up to like 24,000 or something like insane, which is awesome. The micro mesh is also padded usually with like a foam kind of backing. Oh, not 24,000, 12,000. So, oh, that's actually a lot less coarse than I remembered. We hadn't used it in a while. So micro mesh goes from 1,500 to 12,000, which just doesn't work for something that isn't completely flat. So that's like a good option if you're doing pin kits that are like totally flat and don't have any weird ridges and bumps and stuff going on, but they did not work well for what we're doing, because I found that I could not get into the grooves. But with a sandpaper, a thin wet sandpaper like this, that allows me to push, you know, up and use my fingers to get into them grooves. So that's one of the things we tried. We tried multiple different polishing systems. I think we tried one that was called like Magic Paste or something. And then
we tried out like 30 to 40 different types.
30 to 40, you really think so?
Yeah.
We tried, yeah, John said 30 to 40 different types of polishing systems.
And sequences.
And sure, if you put it that way.
Because we had some car stuff, we had some plastic stuff.
Yeah, plastics, car polishing stuff.
Rubos, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Hello, firefighter. Nice to see you here. We're just chatting about polishing at the moment on the lathe. And with those pastes, they never turned out they weren't super shiny. Our first pens were not super shiny, and we would go from, huh?
Perfect.
Child interruption. You're a fish. Anyways, yeah, we found with a lot of those other products, we weren't getting that super shiny finish, and we would go to the buffing wheel and then buff. But again, like I said, with buffing wheels, I find that wears off. That the wax just doesn't last. And you know, you want a product, especially something that someone's buying from you, to essentially look the same as long as they have it and use it. You want it to stay the same. So we're pretty particular about our finishes, and finally landed on the one that we do use, which is how has been our favorite so far. So, but yeah, I'm let's see, what are we on now? We're on 2000. We're getting there. This is my paper number 7 out of 8. And then I will stop it. I always stop the pens and turn off the lathe prior to polishing. One, to wipe it off and get all the dust off. That's what I'm doing here, basically, with a microfiber towel.
The slurry.
Yeah, it's just to get the extra resin dust off, so it's not like staying on your sandpaper or on the pen to continue scratching it, because that's absolutely happened before. You get a tiny piece of dust stuck on here, and then on your beautiful finish, it will be, you know, ruined. Hi, Luna. We got a dog that's wandered in. She's a Weimaraner. I know. Are you so happy, Lulu? Nice to see you. But yeah, let's see. So we're gonna turn it off, and I dry it off so that I can make sure that we don't have any crazy scratches going on. Because like I said, if I can see a scratch, and look, I have one on this side right here, because I didn't concentrate on doing that side as much. So we're good underneath the ring. We're good on this side. but I have to start not all the way over in my papers. When I get scratches like this, I typically like to go to about 400. And then, like I said, use the opposite motion of the way that you're sanding it when it's spinning to get some of those scratches that are just not wanting to come out. So I do this, and then we go back through the grits. And I'm trying not to touch the other parts, but, you know, happens. So
many things to be taken in different contexts.
Shh, quiet. We already get weird comments about our diamond painting pens being funny shaped and people being like, that's not a pen. They are pens, sort of craft pens. Anyways, so and
craft handles.
Yeah, this one's 600, so we're just gonna go ahead, touch it with 600, do a little bit of this motion that has a name, but we will not say it because it will get us in trouble. But yeah, so now that I've gotten to this point, I'm back. Let's see, I'm at 800, which is my paper number 5, and I am just going to go ahead and like touch the rest of it because it's kind of hard to tell like how far over you're, you know, sanding, even though the rest was already sanded. When I get scratches, it's almost always step 2 or 3, because those are some of our, like, you know, rougher grits. So the 320 or 400 is about where I get to when it does get scratches that I need to get out. And then typically I don't have to do anything higher than that. And like I said, I'm just moving the ring back and forth. Do I have questions for the crowd? Does anyone turn things or make resin things, or what do you guys do? You're seeing what we do.
What do you do?
What you up to? Having a good Friday? We're having a pretty good Friday here.
This weekend.
Our plans are to do this most of the weekend. Maybe we'll go see a movie. There's a couple movies out that we want to see. I think that 28 years later came out.
It did.
I'm pretty sure it did, yes. Let me double check, make sure I don't have any scratches again. See, and now we're good. Not a scratch to be seen. Oh, just kidding. I lied. See, and this is one of those things that so even though you do all of that, if it's a deeper scratch or you've used different pressure, then sometimes they don't want to come out. So we're just going to spend extra time. And this is why sanding is my job, because John doesn't have the patience to do things like this over again. He gets very, very frustrated if he's done something once and he doesn't want to do it again. And I don't blame him. It's frustrating.
You don't blame me? Thanks.
No. I mean, this is why this is not your job. Oh, shoot. We got her cranked up. We were ready to polish, but it wasn't ready. But yeah, like I said, most of them don't take me having to sand them more than once. But some of these funky shapes that are a bit more complicated, or just like to be frustrating. This is what, the 3rd time now? See? Takes a lot of patience. And of course I probably could have stopped it the first time, and you know, people aren't typically as critical of our stuff as what we are. But we're pretty critical, pretty high expectations for ourselves.
Remember how critical I used to be?
Not really. In finish?
You hated me.
Well, I've blocked out that whole part of Now, he's saying that he was more critical and would make me put things back on the lathe and finish it again. This was towards the very beginning when he stopped doing what his previous job was, and we very, randomly were thrust into running a small business full time, working together too, because that's the other thing, is being that we were a military family. John was gone approximately half the year, every single year. So he came home and didn't leave again. And that was quite an adjustment. It was an adjustment to not only have him home all the time and us all to be together, but also working together isn't something that we ever did or had to do, other than like, obviously raising kids and stuff, you're working together, but it's not the same as running a business together. So it took a while to kind of settle into what we were doing and our roles. And at that point, I was not as committed, I don't know, to what we were doing. But we have built our businesses and reputation on consistency and quality and all those things that it takes to run a business, good customer service. But yeah, one of the things with turners, and specifically in our kind of diamond painting pen world of other people who also turn diamond painting pens, is that for the most part, the way people do it or run their business is to take completely custom orders, or buy blanks and then have people purchase that blank to be turned into shapes that they want, or whatever shapes that they can pick from, which is great. We've done custom work in the past and now do a smaller set of custom work for things like this, because the problem with taking a bunch of custom orders is that then you've got customers that are, one, you're having to manage every single blank pen, whatever, being a different thing, a different customer, and a lot of the times you get a pretty long wait list of people having to wait. For most people I know at this point, their turnaround times are months or longer. Years for fountain pen people. We know that they have their wait lists filled up for years in the future. And personally, from being someone who also likes to buy, handmade stuff, I don't want to wait that long. That is absolutely a barrier to me wanting to purchase something. And, people in general have gotten spoiled with the Amazon way of the world now, in the fact that you order something on the internet and you get it in sometimes the same day, a couple days. So that's kind of where the consumer market is in general. And beyond that, that's just what I prefer. I prefer to, for one, people to see exactly what they're getting, because that's another thing with any sort of custom work is, with blanks especially, they can turn out absolutely nothing like they look on the outside. And I want people to see exactly what they're getting. And then to get it in a, like a timely manner. So we do all of our drops on Saturdays, and then with the exception of the few times a year that we're out of town, they get shipped, the following Monday or Tuesday. So it's usually shipped out in a couple of days worth of after purchase, and then our US based customers usually receive things within the week, which I feel like is a good turnaround time for something that's handmade and is in a small business. So my paper towel just got a little bit stuck under the ring. But if you're someone who turns stuff or finishes things on a lathe, let go. Don't don't keep holding it if it grabs something. Because same thing, it doesn't happen super often to me anymore, but like the cloths and other stuff, gotta be careful. Because the lathe's it's gonna keep turning no matter what it's grabbed onto, and you don't want it to hurt you. All right, we are done, I think. See how she turned out. Yeah, so like I said, it's got bushings in it, but these will come out and it will have diamond painting pen tips to be held like that. We've got our free spinning captive ring that sometimes I see people spell as captivating ring, so whatever you want to call it, it is very fun. People like to use them as fidgets too, of sitting there and, you know, like messing with it. So there you go. I'm gonna give back to John because these are his very nice flat bushings that have not been sanded to death. And he can get them out because his, for some reason, are always tighter than what mine are. And I'm done. Yay, here you go. Will you take those out? Will you take those out for me, the bushings? Thank you. Of course. And then reclaim your stream.
You got it.
No, I'm done.
All right.
I have limited time before I need to go get ready to go to dinner with my mom and my sister.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna have to go get ready here in a minute and I guess come back and sand after dinner, which is a bummer. You ready to turn the camera around?
Turn the camera around. Sure.
Okay. Okay, we'll do it. Okay, you want the... What you want? What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna fling her around, huh?
Fling you around.
Fling me around.
Ugh. Ta-da! I'm done with that anyways. Got a few more to finish sanding for this week. Tomorrow I will be doing listings inside in the air conditioning.
Cool.
It's dark. It makes your face look super dark. Like the lighting's weird.
Well.
But there's John. This is his stream, not mine. So I'm gonna give it back. Oh no, the poof ball.
Oh, not the poof ball.
Every time. Every single time I take this thing off. Quiet. There you go.
Thanks.
All right.
It's a crackle popper.
Nice talking to myself, y'all.
Yeah.
You can talk to John now.
Man.
Not a
Man,
single...
tough crowd.
Yeah, nobody.
Firefighter came in though, was like, "What up?"
Click the say hi button.
Good enough. That's good enough. That's something, right?
Yeah, better than everybody else.
Not a goose egg. It's Friday. It's Friday.
People are at work. We're at work.
Yep. With that being said, I'm gonna trim all of these down, man. Woo! It's gonna be good. I'll miss you. Need help? Well, I'm in the zone, man. So I got the cams on me. Love to chat with some peeps, but you know, that's all right. Still gonna drink, because that's what we do. Hmm. Well, man. Hey everybody, have you heard? Hmm. What up? What up? Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, that looks like it went a little loud. Woo. Boom. Good enough, right? Good enough. Mm, mm. Yoink. Almost yoink. Hold on. Oh, what do you think of that view, huh? Whoops. Yes, of course I'm doing that, Lemon Pepper. Been doing it for a while now. Yeah, man. I'm working on some of that. Of course. What are you doing this Friday? Got another thing coming. Gonna weld some right on. Well, you know what you come up with when you start welding, man. Take a look at what you do. Must have been a real heavy cat. Golly. Is it a Maine Coon? But that's a bummer, man. Can't use it anymore because the cat. Dang. Got a Maine Coon. Right on. You, what did you used to turn when you had a lathe that worked? Pins, huh? Oh, right on. What kind of pins did you make? You make some bespoke pins. Move this just a little bit. Bring it up. There. That's a little better now. Yeah. Whoa. Hey now. There you go. That's really cool, man. I love turning pins. What made you stop other than your cat broke your lathe? Nice. Sounds complicated. That's pretty sick, dude. Heck yeah. What kind of lathe are you going to end up going for? This is the side that you don't usually see. Having to do some of this type of stuff, and this isn't even like a specific diameter quite yet either. So it is a process, that's for sure. Bye, have a good time. You look very nice. I was looking at the one-way lathe because I don't really need anything like that much bigger, because pretty much all I do is, you know, if you've been around here for a little bit, I only do really relatively small projects, but yeah. Gotcha. You're gonna go for the 1221? That's a good size. What I'm using right now isn't a jet, but the one that I have behind me is Jet 1221. It's cool. The only thing that you'll probably run into is the bearings if you turn a whole lot. But when you get like a mid-sized lathe, you're not going to get like the best bearings anyways, because the industrial bearings are for like the bigger lathes, and those are the ones where they're really just nicer. Like, yeah. pop off. But yeah, I mean, you could definitely get going. You need thousands of pins. On the jet, that is. So, I don't think you can really go wrong with the lathe unless it doesn't have the features that you wanted, or it doesn't look like the one that you wanted. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on it. But if you do happen to go to Harbor Freight, I've heard pretty good things about the Bauer lathe. From my understanding, it has the variable speed. I'm not sure about the forward and reverse, but you're trained to be a travel welder, right on. Well, that's cool. Definitely can do, you know, with your fly too. Fly yourself too. And that's a pretty good gig too. Are you apprentice with someone right now? Or are you still in classes? And then are you going to get scuba quals so you can do like underwater welding? It's a lot of money there, but that's not for the faint of heart, we'll say. Hey, good deal. Does your class or curriculum have like an apprentice program, or are they working with an apprentice program for once you finish up? Because if not, they should. So if you don't know, I definitely recommend asking, because there's probably some local businesses that would gladly take on a apprentice. But that is awesome. You're going into a trade. I think that's a great way to go. I guess that would be probably my next recommendation. I talked a lot about military yesterday, but you know, I think that if high schoolers don't know necessarily what they want to do, then I would want um, sorry, I started reading what you were saying. Um, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, I was wanting to get trained. With practice. Well, yeah, probably. But here's the thing: if you have, okay, this is a part of why you'd put yourself with a, you know, you start you start with one business or something like that. Get your experience for land, not underwater welding, and then progress probably into that. I'm not entirely sure the sequence, but if I had to guess, you'd have to be a, pretty savvy welder before they're like, all right, let's go ahead and get you scuba qualified so you can go down there and weld underwater. But I know that it's a huge thing, like around like marinas and stuff like that, and all the shipping containers and all that stuff. There's a lot of welding to do. So, and those things constantly need maintenance. So, it doesn't seem like a job that's going to go anywhere either. So, I'd say that you're probably pretty safe there as well. But, you know, here's the thing. If you were to do that, you could probably go to like the Navy and end up doing some of that. Um, but it really is kind of a progression sort of thing where you're learning, you get the baseline fundamentals, then you can build on it, and the diving part would be the building upon it part. So I think you're on the right track, even if that's what you wanted to do. Yeah, I would say that that's what I was talking about. I was talking about, high schoolers not necessarily knowing what to do when they come out, and that was me, by the way. So I'm not pointing out anybody other than myself, really. Is you don't know what you want to do after high school, and college is not necessarily the right thing for me. So, um, yeah, I just basically changed gears and went into the military. So, and then, here's another cool thing about that is if you did end up doing military, then you could potentially learn all of it while getting paid, right? You can learn all of that while you're getting paid. Or you go into a different thing, and then while you're doing that other job, we'll call them, but they're called like MOSs and AFSCs and different specialty codes for different occupations. But really, just it's just really great. What a good opportunity. Let's see. But yeah, I would definitely. What am I doing? I don't need that. And then they'll pay for your college afterwards as well. So that's also really cool. So they'll pay for your college up to a certain cap, but it's a good deal. And the other thing about it is you can also have what's called well, if you do happen to go that route, let me know, and then we can talk more about it later. go. Whoops. I think there's like a weird element around the military, especially with the whole political climate right now, but some people have their reservations, but it doesn't take away the fact that that's still a good opportunity. Right on. Well, it sounds like you have a leg up on, well, even me, because I didn't have anybody to ask. My grandfather was a veteran in World War II, but that was, well, he's no longer with us. But he was also not a great wealth of knowledge, we'll say, because it was never something he pursued either. But yeah, that's awesome. You have that resource available to you. There we go. But yeah, so I ended up in a career field where I wanted to be a firefighter. Well, let me back up. I joined the military because I wanted to be a firefighter. And that was not something I was able to actually do, which is weird. My military recruiter in the Air Force was a firefighter. He recommended something else to me. So I did it. That's what I went for. Alrighty. No, I'm going to do this one, but I don't want to continue doing this. I'm going to change gears and hop over to the other. Yeah. These are all trimmed and ready to go to their next step, but you really want to ask? Right on. Well, that's all right. No worries. don't don't talk to them much. Well, I mean that might have to adjust or not. I don't know. If I were to recommend anything, let's see, different. No, man. I mean, everybody's got their thoughts on whatever it is, but here's mine. We got enough smart people, like enough, and I'm not saying trade people are dumb. I'm just saying we got enough highly educated people. There we go. We have enough highly educated people. And it's like, I don't know, everything is like conceptual. And that's not really doing anything other than thinking. And as much as I think as well, you know, everybody's got thoughts on whatever it is, but it's tough. So I could see that. Okay, we're gonna put this there. Test out this cap here. Oh, nice, nice. We are looking beautiful. Yeah, asking for things like that is uncomfortable, isn't it? I've got one more to trim down, actually. But, you know, if somebody opens the door, you ain't gonna walk through it. Just money can be a very touchy subject. Tuitions aren't cheap, especially if you don't know if you will succeed after graduating. Well, everybody's got to take that path. I wouldn't let that worry you too much. The best you can do is keep moving forward. At least I think so. But you could potentially even go in to just before. You don't have to retire. But military retirement's after 20 years. If you wanted to retire, which is what I was on track to do, retire when I was 38. Because I joined the military right after high school. So that's why he was probably able to do that, because it's a great opportunity. You network with people. You know, it's a lot of pros. I could go on for a little while, but at the end of the day, everybody's got to make their own choice and create their own path and walk it or pursue it, whatever it is that you want to do with your path. I don't know if taking advice from a pen maker is necessarily the best idea, but you know. So, I mean, with that, it kind of addresses that fear. Like, let's see. Hey, thanks for the sub. So, one of the things that I think is pretty crazy, among many, many things, but Like, it really is such a good opportunity. And if you don't know what you want to do, go to that. And then you'll learn stuff. You'll get exposure to stuff and maybe find out that there's things that you didn't even know of that you were interested in. For example, me in a lathe. I never knew what a lathe was until about 6 years ago. And I just loved it so much that I pretty much stopped what I was doing in order to pursue it. And it's, you know, been a lot of growing and changing and all adjusting and, you know, and that's kind of the fun thing about it. You kind of like each decision that you made up into this point is, you know, is where you are now. Like every decision you made up into this point is why you are where you are. So, I mean, probably has a lot of meanings to people, but let me go refill my cafe. Go back. All right, here we are. We're back. We're back. But you know, you know, thinking about it too, I would have made bad decisions at college, probably. Uh, you know, even after the military, well, during the military, um, you know, it was quite a big difference. Weird. There's a lot of, I guess, avenues inside of it all. A lot of networking, a lot of people to meet. Some people that I've met were like, they're in the military doing a job and they've got like, you know, Harvard degrees or doctorates from like Harvard. And another one went to like MIT. And so it's not necessarily about that. It's more like a, what do you want to do? So if you could do anything you want, what would you do? And so, you know, you start kind of thinking about it like that, then I mean, you can just, I don't know. You know, people, they go to their job and they're like, man, I don't like this. And I understand it's not for everybody, whatever it is. But to be real, there's a lot of things that aren't for people. Like, that's why it's such an individual thing. So it's not an easy something to, whoop. I don't know. I guess. So we're gonna get this fixed up here. Okay, this needs to come out. That's what it is. But yeah, there's. I guess at the end of the day, my final statement on that right now, at least, will be I don't regret anything that I did. And it's not just because if you did, it wouldn't make a difference anyway. It's more like the things, the experiences that I've had has led to this so far. Good, bad, or indifferent, this is where we are now. There we go. That's pretty good. Boom. Splat. But lemon pepper, I hope that you find a route that you want. You crush everything that you go for. And if you're failing too, that's all right. Do better next time. What advice would I give my younger self? Be aware of business earlier on. Just, be aware of business. Yeah, shoot. Lots of things. Okay. So this is a set of pins that I have started. And so that is what we're on next. I'm going to be working on some of these. You've seen some of them already, or some of the blanks, I guess. But and my hair was getting pretty long, and then I asked Abby to cut it. She didn't want to. So I had my 10-year-old cut it. And the Great Clips that's down the street from where I am, I would have gone there. I was going to schedule it, but it was a 180-minute wait. Or 118-minute wait. One of those. Either way, much longer than I wanted to wait. So but we're going to be working on some sections. Okay, we're going to do this. Going to hold the elevation, rotate a little bit. Let's see where we're sitting here. Dang it, it popped down, or dropped down. But yeah, How loud is the dust collection? Let me see. Let me get this zoomed in a bit more so you can actually see what the heck I'm even doing. This, and then we need to switch these. There. That's pretty good. Woo! But yeah. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you for everybody hitting that like button. I appreciate you. Let's see. I did drop a video yesterday. If you were a bespoke pin making person or interested in making those pins, I published the body yesterday. And the last thing, well, the last couple things, I guess, is I've got the cap video to do, and then I've got the shaping video to do, and then lastly, I've got the finishing video. I haven't decided if I'm actually going to do the finishing video or not. But, you know, everybody's got their own style of finishing, and they hold it really close, and theirs is the best way, and, you know. I started working on this pin, so hopefully Lawrence would be able to come by and actually see it, but it's all right. He'll see it eventually, I'm sure. Or not, if he doesn't. Not a big deal either. But you know, a weird thought that I've had that I think about pretty often is, you know, when people are like, thank you for your service, when from a veteran point of view, it's really nice. But when, like, some of the hospitality things, jobs that, like I go to a restaurant or something, and they're working on, you know, they're just prepping my meal or serving the drinks, whatever they're doing. And even sitting you down, they're like, well, thank you for your service. And you're like, well, you know what? Thank you for yours. Because, you know, they're doing something that's making it so you're able to go there. I think that's kind of one of the disconnects, really, with things. Kind of seems that way, at least. Like some things, people are just a little disconnected from of what's actually important. Once I get my first one done, it'll be dialed in a bit better and it'll be a little faster.
can't rush. Start rushing it makes that problem, or makes it problems. Sometimes the problems
Make it take you so much longer. All right, well, you can't really see it, but let me see if I can change that. But there's some like chatoyance in this bad boy here. You can see some of that orangey, yellowy flash there, and that's chatoyance. And that usually doesn't happen on round blanks. It usually happens on square blanks. But you know, obviously it can happen. So if you were a blank maker and you were looking to try to find your own thing or way to differentiate yourself, I'd say having the blanks with some chatoyance from a vertical rod would be pretty darn cool. See it. You get real close here. See it flashing. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. Some of the stuff that happens in resin is so stinking cool. Let's see. Put that there. This there. Hmm. I don't know if I will repeat that same method again. Huh. Let's see. It's a little, a little different, I guess. I made these sections separately on purpose, but I wonder if I made the barrel size too large by accident or something. Because for these 5 pins, I tried a little bit of a different sequence than I usually do. Almost there. Nice. Almost nice. We'll get there. That's nice too. All right. So I think one of the things that I did was a little, maybe not as good as it could be. Yeah, I think I have to do a little touch up on these right quick. But I don't think it happened with all of them. And it might have been because it was too hot. So that, the M10. So we already had threads there. I'm going to see if this fixes it, and if it does, then I will still call that process a success. Because this is one of the few that ran into this. So, got to find where the hiccup is in the whole process to see. I think I know where I messed up. And it's not that I messed up, it's just that it could have been done better. Because it all still functions and works and everything. It's just a little different. So let's see how that goes. Yes. Okay. So, let's see. Looks like I might have run into another potential problemo, but let's see what happens. Okay, so this is what I just remade, actually. So, looking at it, it's looking pretty good. And this will end up chasing the threads, and then it will be good to go. So yes, I will have to do that if I run into the same problem on another one. So let's see, what number have we got here? 1. We have 1. Nope, that's 3. Nope, that one's good. See, this blanket didn't do the same thing So when you're working with different blanks, it's interesting to recognize some of the differences that you encounter. Yeah, that's good. So one of these will have to get adjusted. Or one more of these, rather. This one, I'm going to need to trim it back because this goes in a little bit farther than I want it to before it begins. So you can see that I'm getting like probably like 1, 2, 3 threads or so before we're actually engaging. So not cool, because this is all of that right here. So we're going to go back into there, trim it back, but not right now. Actually, might as well, huh? I know you can't really see what I'm doing, but I'm over at my metal lathe, and what I need to do is trim back the threads, because the opening for the section is not snug like it's supposed to be. So not a showstopper, just an adjustment maker, you know. There we go. Now we shall do this again. Let me show you that. Right. All right, working a little bit on the metal lathe. That's what causes that. Sorry. There we go. Now it should wiggle, because it was touching the table, I think. And I am getting a new table tomorrow, apparently. Talked about it, that this one wiggles a lot. And that's not ideal for having a stable platform for working, you know. But yeah. Oh. There it is. So my process is kind of good on this one. that should have fixed this. There we go. And it engages almost immediately, which is boom. That's what we wanted right there. So now we're good. We ain't gonna worry about that anymore. Woo! Troubleshooting, always a good time. But really, that is one of my favorite things. I think about it. Like, it's not super exciting necessarily, but it is one of those things where it's fun to figure out. Get that little measure here. Ooh, that blank looks cool. Okay. See, this one starts right where it should. There's a little, like, one thread down, which is pretty ideal. Lets you know that you got like a little slope that the section will like guide itself in, which is pretty good. It's probably well, it is. It is a good thing. Should have called this a chill stream, man. Just chilling. Hey, Leon, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Happy Friday. We made it.
Let's see. Okay.
Sweet. Hey, Savan, how you doing? Some new faces. That's good. That's good. Okay, what are we going to do next? We got to measure the things now. And then get our guide here. Let me reposition myself here. There. Now, look like a mugshot. But we don't need the dust collection on for just a little bit. Okay. Let me show you what I'm doing here. We just finished all the sections of, well, this set really. All right, now I think we got room now. Whoop. Mm-hmm. That's good. So the next step is to measure the depth here. All right. When you do the measuring, you can also use it as a something to get all the noodles out that's just chilling in there. Let's see. Okay, that's good. I wouldn't go off of this measurement, by the way. I didn't set them for that. But yeah, what I'm doing is just checking the depth, which we use the same bit and everything, so it should all be the same. But I go just above it a little bit, and then I'll mark, because that is one of the best ways that I have found to do this particular part here. And then the other line that I'll make will be on the barrel, and that will have to do with that will be effectively the length of the pin that I'm going to go for. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And this is a part of why each one is its own. Now, despite me having a stop collar on my drill bit, you know, sometimes it'll vary. So checking each and every one is one of the things that I do. There we go. Oops, wrong way. Alright, this is going to get reconfigured. I was just doing sections, now I'm going to do barrels. There we go. Now, I don't know if this is done on purpose. Oh, you can't see. This part over here. I don't know if this is done on purpose with this thing, but these two things line up. And I'm pretty sure they also line up for the cap as well, so it makes me think that it might have been done on purpose. But I'm not entirely sure. There we go, don't fall off. Okay. My headphones decided not to continue working. I'm gonna get some juice. Yeah, get some juice. There we are. Charge you. Okay, there we go. All right, now all of these caps and barrels go back together. And then I can use my ruler to measure out the length that they're going to be. What am I doing? Great question. Great question. I am Well, I'm not showing you, I guess. Jeez, not bad. I'm working on a set of fountain pens that I tried a different sequence on. And it looks like that sequence is going to work out well for me. But once I get all of these, the barrels marked from the cap reference point, then I will measure them for the final length and then start trimming them down to what they're going to be. So. Okay, so I just take it and I measure it, set it up, and I do a little mark where I want it to be. But yes, working on fountain pens. There. They're all done. But yes, are you dingers? Are you into turning fountain pens, processes? I like all the above. But yes, that's what we're working on right now. Need to turn this a bit more, I think. There we go. Perfect. James, how you doing, man? We're from North Carolina. We, meaning my Abby and I. She is the blank maker of this operation I got going on here. So I hope you're doing well this Friday. Having some good times and stuff. Oh yeah. Where are you from? East Tennessee. Right on, right on. Are you a turner? Or no? Yes. Heck yeah. Now I don't have my noise canceling headphones. Morty's going to be loud. But I want to keep working on this. What are we to do? Mm, mm. There we go. There we go. I think I'm just going to crush all these as a Marauder profile, which is a tapered flat end. Yep, tapered with a flat end. Yes, yes, indeed. Is it hot there in Tennessee? Is it humid in Tennessee? Probably, right? Let's see. I'm gonna get this dialed in to, let's see, about there. It is right on. That's fun. Nice and toasty and humid and yeah. 83. Nice. I don't know what the temperature is here, but I can tell you what it is in the shop here in just a second. Let's see what we're looking at. 81 in the shop. Yep, 81 degrees in the shop. I'm out here sweating, hanging out. Yeah. Just give my headphones a little bit of time to juice up a little bit. If anybody's got questions now, it'll be a great time. I got you. Sipping on some cafe coffee. At least that's where we start. Perfect. But yes. So this evening it'll probably change to a more adult-like beverage. But, you know, it's something that I'll have to reduce as well because, well, I guess that just one of the things that happens. This it's not collecting. You got that moonshine? We got some. We got some of the moonshine as well. It's pineapple, actually. I've also got some cherry. Blackberry. But that's good. Mine's from the alphabet store. The ABC store. Hey. speed. Tidy up the tapers.
Go, go.
Do you turn? Make fountain pens? Go. Sweet. See. There. Okay. Good. But it is getting close to that time for me to start thinking about some evening food. Huh? What's on the menu? Anybody else got dinner plans? Too fast. There we go. The middle part's going to need to drop down a little bit. Yes, there we go. Aha. Perfect. Whoop. There we go. That's what we're talking about right there. If you have not seen my streams before, and you like pin making or handle crafting, or you even have ideas of some stuff, because sometimes I'll just ask if anybody's got an idea that they want to bring to life. Pretty fun. Yeah. Oh, yes. Hi. Turn a lot. Turn a lot. Oh, yes. Aren't you a beauty? Wow. And hi. Not cool, man. We'll figure that one out. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little white dot right there, which tells me that some of the dust from turning has got into a little bit of a bubble recess. Not a deal breaker, just an inconvenience, that's for sure. So I can either try to take it a little bit further down or blast the air out of it. And then from there, fill it with like CA. So those are kind of the two fixes to that. Because at some point you don't really have a way to remedy that kind of thing. Let's see the diameter of that. Ooh, yes, we're right where we need to be. Perfect.
This one's lit up quite nice. It's weird, sometimes blanks turn a little different than others, especially when you do something that's like, some people they use like mica in their blanks, some people they use pigments of like wet pigments, liquid pigments of sorts. There's all kinds of things really that you can do, which is really, you know, one of the awesome things about this type of thing. There's a lot of avenues and a lot of ways to do things. Let's see. It's always the middle that seems to have a little bit of that belly, you know, like a pregnant pen or a beer gut pen, whatever. Whichever one you want to look at it as. And then these little lines here, you might not be able to see them, but it's, you know, kind of, I guess, scarring from the a little bit of scarring from the file, which is okay. And we'll sand out. Looks like we got to everything about being level anyways, and got that out. So, oh, here we go. When you are releasing it and you have the lathe turning relatively fast, you can see the wobble, and it's because it's not internally supported. It is like this will go a little bit back and forth, right? Because it's all being like held onto up here. So if you have it turning too fast, it will be a little wonky if it's not supported with the tailstock. Which took me a long time to figure out, unfortunately. A lot longer than I would like to admit. Okay, so we've got a couple more. I guess I should turn this way. But I've got 2 more barrels to do. And then I've got a few caps, and then that'll be, shoo. Be a little while. Oh man. Okay, this is a little iffy because you see how far that that tailstock went in. Just a moment. I'm gonna go top off here. Not take my shirt off, you know. Top off the coffee, that is. And yes, it's coffee. Coming in hot. Oh.
buddy. Bye-bye, buddy. Hmm. Guess who's back? Hmm. I should have. Crap! I should have done these too. Mm. Come on, John, get it together. So, if you were hopping into a live stream that you're seeing a maker do something, what is it that you would like to see, like right when you come in? You want to be greeted? You want to be? I mean, I see the numbers changing, right? But that's about all I can see. And so it goes up and down. But, you know. Hop in here, feel comfy. Okay. So, on the darker one, it's going to be a little harder to see, so. Nice wave right there, huh? Not good. Nope, not enough yet. Sweet.
Oh, yes. Dude, look at that orange and yellow under that red. Alright, I'll show you here in a minute. We'll have to get it lubed up a little bit with some oil. I just use a mineral oil that's it's like a conditioner for bamboo. Bamboo cutting boards, that is. So, if you're wondering what I put on here to like cheat sanding, just so I can show you what it would look like, that's what it is. Mm-mm-mm. Yes, that's nice. Ooh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's finish this bad boy off. Little sneak peek. Perfect. Yes. Here we go. Huh. Yeah. So, this is one of the blanks that I actually asked Abby to make for me because I wanted one of these, and I wanted to see how they would do. And despite there being so much like flame and intricacy and like burning ember kind of look, I don't know what the blank's called. It might actually be burning ember, but it looks sick. There it is with its section. Oh, yes. Oh, why? Weird. And if you're wondering, I'm just knocking the corners off so I don't cut my hands. And my hands actually shouldn't be in there, but sometimes they do, and so that's my fix to it. Here we go. Let's give this a little measure here. E. And we're going to make everything else that size and then work on the paper. Get this out of there. Okay, that looks like it's going to be a little filing action. But we are right where we want to be here. Actually, I'm going to need to file that just a tad bit too. No problemo.
If you do have a file,
Get a nice little brush to help you out. Oh, yes. You are pretty. Go. Sweet. And that was the last of the barrels that I was going to do here. Maybe? Is this one marked? This one's marked. Let's go ahead and bang it out right quick. Hey! Makes no difference to you. Ooh, that's a wonky one, huh? We'll see if this one even ends up being what we want it to be. Maybe not. Does anybody attend pin shows? Or go to any craft shows? As a vendor or a supporter of the small town artists. Well, we do. We go to pin shows. I'll sometimes go without, having a booth. Or I'll go without having a booth sometimes, just to hang out with some of the other people, And then it's important to support those things that you want to see around, That looks good. Now, just a little bit right back here. There we are. That is looking good.
Hey there, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hope you were doing well today.
Friday. Date night. Anybody got dates? Huh? Anybody? It's got to be somebody. And if you are, let me know what you're doing. That way I can imagine what it would be like. This one I can tell is offset. So let me go ahead and show you what I'm talking about. It's unforged. Yeah. I don't need this measurement anymore. So check this out. So if you're out of round, right, if you don't do the process how it's best done, then you'll potentially run into something like this, where this wall is 173, then this wall is 180, 188, 171, 74, 90. So the deviation is, oh shoot, even 2. So the deviation is about 0.2 of a millimeter, and that's enough to kind of mess up stuff. Don't like that. But we're going to do the cap on it anyways, and it's just not going to go anywhere else after that. I don't think I could actually use that other section for it. Okay, now we are on the caps. Yes. See, this is what I was talking about before. You see, this mandrel makes it so the collet here lines up conveniently to tighten it down. I don't know if you can see that, but trust me, bro. And then I'll have enough with this blank actually to do something potentially, I don't know, make something else. Enough there to make an EDC bead if I wanted to. Anybody make EDC beads? Or anybody use EDC beads? Come on. It's too rounded right at that spot. It's flat. So how we look? Looking good. Looking good. Okay.
So the mandrel itself, I'm pretty sure, is 15 millimeter. Let's see. So if you use that as a reference, it's 15 millimeter, then you know that if you're larger than it, you're obviously going to be more than 15. Nice and easy, no vibrations, unless they're the good kind. Anybody? Good vibration? Never mind.
Never mind. Nice. All right, now I can show you offset, I think. Okay, well, it is nice. You get a different component here. Let's see. There we go. Now you can actually see it. So you can see that this side, but one side has a larger edge there than the other side. There's a way to kind of remedy that. I'll do it over here right quick. But I'll tell you what I'm doing. It is... Need a little sandpaper. All right. A little 600. So a way that you can attempt to fix something like that is by sanding an angle on it. But like I said, I don't think this one is actually going to go anywhere after this. Let's see. So I kind of tightened it a little bit. Shorten it just a tad. We'll square it and then we'll bevel it off. There we go. Let's see. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, this will be the last time I stop on this one. Okay. That's looking okay. All right. Well, it's not
Not as bad as I thought, but it still is a little bit off from where I would like for it to be. But I don't anticipate any more of those happening. Whoa, that's crazy. Can you see that Sharpie mark there? Right here? So there's a Sharpie mark here and a Sharpie mark here. And this is a triple lead, so when you actually are able to line it up the first time, because this is what I did. I did these lines at the same time, but if we'll come back, show you. We'll back it off. And then, so we'll click it. There we go. There's another click, and so it won't line up. It won't line up again, so its position on the mandrel is here. That line is here. So we'll click it again. Shoot. Let me tighten this up a little bit more. There we go. So this click will also not line up, right? So first time we were over here, second time we're over, well, I guess the first time we lined it up. Second time we were over here, third time we were over here. So think about that when you're doing it, and if you want it to line up, it's absolutely possible. But if you're using triple lead, it'll only line up in one way. Okay, my rule of thumb for matching up the barrel into the cap, as well as the cap, is it's going to have a shoulder on it, and it's going to be a step shoulder as well, and let's see if it was 1450 plus 1.4, 1590, about 16. So 16 will be what I'll measure at. But the cap will end up probably being around 1550. Yeah. Hey! How you doing, Ramal? Hope I pronounced that correctly. Hope you're doing well today. Happy Friday. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. All right, that was good. That was good. Give this a little measure here. Almost there. A little bit more. Okay. So now we got a taper. We just need to blend it in now. Okay. Now, I should have pointed out earlier with the file aspect of it, if you're going to use a file, that's really cool. But know that it will scar potentially the surface, and then also remember that it still heats up. So when you heat up resin, it likes to expand. So keep that in mind because you're just kind of weakening it a little bit. So limit how hot it gets if you can. Okay, now we'll crank it up. Sweet. There we go. Now, one of the reasons why I like doing Marauders, hopefully this will be a good example. Yeah, because of the end cap. It's pretty cool, like all the. It's hard to see. But there's a lot of different. When you pour the blank, you make these blanks are made vertically, and when you. Oh, crap. Okay, so the shoulder on this is not small enough. So I'm going to need to take the barrel down just a little bit further, probably on all of them. That is okay. Not ideal, but it'll be okay. Because I like it closer to this size that the cap is and the ratio from there. So that's fun. Anyway. There's a lot of reasons why this doesn't like to work out. And if you've made pins before, you would be able to relate probably. I'm going to go ahead and keep that a little messy here. So I think I would rather have the Cat 1550, which would make the barrel 14. Yeah. 1410, but so my dust collection is getting packed. Sticky shirt, man.
Mm. Anyway, what I was saying before about the bespoke rods is you see them vertical, but then when you make them, the 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 pigment kind of sinks straight down, and so this is a pretty interesting way to see how that happened, or being able to see like a cross section of it happening. And so it kind of has like a marble look to it. It doesn't want to. Terrible. Great. Kind of has a marble look to it. You see? How are we looking, y'all? A little more. Mm-hmm. Need to flatten out.
gonna have to, like I said, trim down the barrel a little bit. But that'll actually put us closer to where we want to be. I just should have done it better the first time. Story of my life, right? Ooh, man, the color that popped out of that one, my goodness. Some nice vibrant colors there. All right, let's scuff it up, make it look unappealing again. How fast we turn. Go. Get that middle part a little bit here. Too fast. A little too fast. There we go. Okay, I didn't have to scuff it up too bad, I reckon. Now that's a beauty, man. I know that, some of the blanks are really good looking, but the truth is that some are better looking than others. Wow. There you go. Looks like a marble. Let's see. How we doing? How we doing? Woo! Hey, did you see my message? Okay, well, take a look at it, please. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you. Beautiful. Ugh. Okay, let's see how we're looking here. Kind of crazy. This is the one that this is the side that I oiled. The other side I didn't. But yeah, pretty darn cool. Okay, now the barrels I've got to trim down just a little bit more. Pretty much all of them. And we're going to have to use the file for it. John. That's why we hit the gym, right? Don't want it to hurt my hands. Or my knuckles, I mean. Ooh. Grabbed the heck out of that thing. Whew, probably too much. Alright, we're going to take them one by one. This one needs to drop down. Okay, now we're going to have to do something a little weird. And I don't know exactly how it's going to work or if it's going to work. It looks like it's going to work. Okay. Now the reason I did that is because we need to have it stabilized. Alright. Well, it's worth a shot to see how it'll do without that, huh? Alright. Shoot. See, this could just back all the way up. Yeah. Closer. Yes, there it is. All right, gonna have to start with the more coarse side. I guess we're going to revisit this one as well. Hey, get out of here. That's not what we want to see. Not a good position to be in, BT dubs. You don't already know that. For this one. The other one's not that big a deal. Oh well. Let's see how we're looking now anyway. Perfect. Now this one's darn near good. Not much needs to happen, but we're still going to do a little bit. Let's see. And you may or may not know, but you want to turn this relatively slowly. Yeah, I turn it for this part. I'm turning it about 700. And this is kind of like the fine-tuning element of it, where you want to make sure the barrel and the cap are proportionately how you want them to be. Looks like I didn't do anything. Jeez. This is the last thing, I think, for this part. This one. Don't like that angle. There we go. That's better. Eh? Hmm. There. Ba-da-bum. Boom. Now, this should be fine. Shoulder. Boom. All right. So I chase the threads. Sometimes that has to happen. But it should be. There we go. Much better. A couple things that I still have to do. A couple little things here and there. But we can. I'm going to take it down just a little bit more. This. Okay. Let's see.
Now we're good, right? Come on. Good. Yes. Now we're good. Okay. Is that the last of them? And then this one, is that one done squeeze? Let's see what we've got here. That, let's go just a little bit more. Yes. There it is. Uh-huh. Sweet. I love it when a pin comes together. Ah. Yes. Come on. Perfect. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it wonderful? Oops. Sorry, I hit the mic with the little dot over here.
this. This. And we're right where we want to be. Okay. Well, this is what we have been working on here. Let me reassemble all of these in here. Good. So, there we go. That's what we've been working on here. They're looking pretty good. Everything's about the same size. That one's a little off. I thought you were Evie for a second.
It's me. Those are pretty. Those are prettier than I thought on the inside.
Let me turn this off.
Huh? What?
You look nice.
Thank you. What do you want me to turn off, Morty?
No, just scoot over so I'll turn it off. There you go.
Hey, chat.
It has not been a talkative chat today. They've been
Okay. It is Friday.
they've been prepping up for Friday Pie Day or something. I don't know. Maybe they're in a food coma.
This is good.
Thanks. That was done today. From start to finish today. Yeah. There's one with a bubble in it somewhere.
Yeah, there's a little tiny one up there.
Yeah.
It's okay. I can fix that. That's like an itty bitty little one. They are definitely on the whiter side, but still have enough color swirls. Hey, man.
Yep. I was gonna wrap it up because, well.
Yeah, I guess you didn't feed the kids, did ya?
What?
You didn't feed the kids, did ya?
Why would I feed the kids?
Because it's 7.
7? No, it's only 6:58. What you talking about? Man. I don't know if Lemon Pepper's still here,
Lemon pepper.
but I saw him sub. It popped up on this window.
Oh, nice.
I can make it pop up on the other one, but just haven't.
Check out. Cool. Well, I actually have to go get my work stuff back on. Good man.
Well, cool. I reckon I'll just keep going.
You don't have to. But I'm gonna tell the kids just eat whatever then.
You should.
Okay. They haven't come out here at all since I've been gone.
Evie did because I asked her to bring me some water. But that's it. Okay. I'm still having a good time. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's interesting because yesterday and the day before were really good streams. So that's okay. Let's see.
Okay. What I need to do now is measure a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm going to start with these. So these are going to be pretty simple. So we're going to do these last three here, I think. Go ahead and mark them so they got their marks, you know. Let's see. I'll shift this over this way this time. Same thing here. I don't know if you can hear it, but the cicadas are out here. They get real loud. I believe it was last year. It was like super brood or something like that of cicadas. Ah! My bad. I dropped it. Ba-ba-bum. Okay. Now I've got those marks. I need to put this back together. Blended. Now, to measure again. There we go. Let's do it this way. Okay. Nice. Now these are already pretty close to the diameter that I want the barrel to be, but we're going to trim it down just a little bit more. Huh. I don't know if I like that or not. if you were wondering, this is a material called ebonite. And Abby was searching for her phone. Tomorrow. The step I could have done to mitigate having to do some of that other stuff over again would have been taking it off before parting the support here. But I did not do that. I don't want to push too hard into it either. But this is our line. And we shall turn Morty back on. Morty is my dust collection. Oh, should have asked her what shape she would like it to be. That's what I'm gonna find out. Okay. We shall find out here. Cool. Screaming. It's a screamer.
Hey, Tien, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I'm working on some ebonite pins right now. And they are going swimmingly. You? All right. Nice. Just do a quick leveling out here. Okay. Abby, hey, how you doing? Fancy seeing you here. Did you have a good time with your fam? Good dinner. Oh, yeah. Why is this one so tight? Oh, lordy. What was that? What was that? Okay, whatever. We're good. Oh. What? That ain't gonna work. I need the other one. Maybe it'll work? Yes, that's what we want to see. Come on. Find it. There we go. There. There we go, little fella. There you go, little fella. Now, this is what we're looking at. There's that, and there's that. So, we gotta do the caps. Once we do the caps, well, we'll see what happens after that. We'll see. Sure. Oh, shoot. Well, I didn't take much effort there. I wonder if this collet has like reached the like the tight, as tight as it can be. I don't know. Okay. Being dramatic. Being dramatic. From Brazil. Hey, what's up? Cool. Having a good day? Hope so. So I'm going to go about measuring these a little different. So let's see. Is that J? Is that JL or JI? I don't know if it's capitalized or not. Just a little larger than that is where we want to be. Come on. Tad bit more. Okay. Sorry the chat's not too lively today. That's okay. Just gonna be, in the zone here. Cranking, yo. Sweet. And then this, we're gonna see where that is. Okay. We're just going to do this every time for these. We were right about where we needed to be anyways. That happens. Hey, get over here. Almost lost him, but whew, didn't. Almost there. In case you're wondering what this smells like, probably weren't, but it smells like a tire. Which is a sulfur, which is sulfur smell. So, if you're familiar with other things that have a sulfury smell, then that is what this smells like. Silvano, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. It is a wonderful day at the workshop. Glad it's Friday? I'm indifferent. Every day's a good day. Some days are better, but every day's a good day. Not quite there. Dang it. I'm working on ebonite fountain pen caps, and ebonite is vulcanized rubber, and it ends up being pretty good material for resilience and whatnot when it comes to like fountain pen stuff. I'm just working on a few of these. Perfect. There we go. We will run. And these are not quite finished, right? Because they'll need some other stuff, but this is what we're looking at right now. So far, we're doing well. This one's going to be in the shape of a what we call a Guardian, which is a cigar profile. And that 1.4. That's the size that we need to go to. And this is a reference. I'm going to make a quick adjustment on this one, actually. It's bothering me. Okay, there we go. Hit it with a little sandpaper. Oh, there we go. Okay. Kind of slope this one a little bit. Down. Boom. Now, I've got the diameter that it needs to be set on the calipers, so we'll do that part first. And the diameter is based off of the barrel, and I do it based off of each pin. So look where we are, not quite. Go some more. Okay. Perfect. That was just the parting tool, not the calipers. Phew. Give this a measure. We're good. This measure, okay. Let's do all this. Checking. Okay. Good. And then this. To hop over here for a sec. This one. Sweet. Yep. Here we go. Now here's our ebonites. So these are ebonite. They have a little very different sound to them. They're a little bit harder than resin as far as like rigidity, let's say. But I also think that it's a little bit more brittle. Like resin will be able to flex a little bit more than the ebonite. Because ebonite, once it takes like a certain shape, it's set that way, it pretty much stays pretty well like that from what we have found. So it's kind of hard to explain, I guess. But sometimes when you drill, there's like a rebound on the material, or in the material, whether it's wood that might close back up, it could be resin that might open back up. Ebonite, you pretty much drill, and whatever you take out is like was gone. So it's a material that kind of makes sense, whereas the other ones, they don't. They don't make sense because they do change depending on what you do to them or how you use them, whatever you're doing with them. So, you didn't know, now you do. Let's see. All right. All right. Well, I reckon that'll do it. We have done, quite a bit today, which is pretty darn cool. Making some good progress.
And that is what we're going for. Some progress, you know? Let's hop back over here. Bring you back over here. Come on over. Whoop. There we go. Look at so close. Makes my head look fat. There we go. That looks better. Okay. That's pretty good. Let's tilt it down just a little bit here. Okay. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, and I had a good time. We definitely accomplished quite a bit, and got some ebonite, got some new process that I believe worked. The only one of the things that I can think of is that it wasn't, it didn't quite, for all the materials that I used, I might have to make some adjustments on the tenon for the barrel. Yeah, that's what it is. Make some adjustments for the tenon on the barrel. And other than that, good time. Good time. Crushed it. But yeah, I hope everybody has a wonderful Friday and a safe weekend. I know I will. Probably won't leave the house. Unless we go out to dinner. I don't know. Maybe. Yep, my kid gotta cut my hair. There you go. There's the egghead in all of its glory. Egghead not in a compliment, you're smart kind of way. Egghead like the shape of your head. It's shaped like an almond. Anyway, hope you all have a wonderful day, and I will see you next time. Take care.